Hello and welcome everyone to All the Words October, All Day Focus, 60-minute sprints. I'm Shannon, writing on the pen name of S.D. Huston, the author for Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to be somewhat low-key, but we do 1 hour long sprints, so just a bit of a longer day. And we'll go to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon for Central Time. It's about 3 for Eastern. And I'm not sure how to what the rest are for other time zones because I always mess them up. But yes, and then our sprints are not strictly timed like they are the rest of the week. So we'll have time to talk about whatever it is we have going on, whether you're reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use a sprint time to focus on my task because focus issues, and that means I won't be in the sprints until the end of the sprint, until the breaks. But then, of course, I'd love to take time to talk about what we have going on. And for me, this is going to be, at least I would say today and tomorrow's be all admin stuff. I have lots of things that are due by the 15th. One of them being taxes because I didn't get them done earlier this year, and I do the finances in the household. So the longest part is putting together all of the receipts for my author business, which I was really excellent at tracking everything whenever it happened. So like if I bought a book promotion, I put it right away into my spreadsheet. And I did all of this for like the first 2 years of being an author. So like, I don't know why, part of it is probably because I made a video every month about like, here's what I spent on marketing or making a book or whatever. And here's what I earned. And so it was like very useful for me to do it, as soon as things happened. But as soon as I stopped making those videos, I kind of fell off. So I have not kept up with it and opened the year up with having a Kickstarter at the beginning of this year, which, I didn't get my taxes done because of that. So, that's due the 15th. I'm about halfway through. I would say today I'll get it done. But then I have also 2 anthologies that I'm part of the editing team, and we have our readings that are both due on the 15th for the 2 different anthologies. And they're not even connected. There's 2 separate ones with a women's fantasy writing group I'm part of, and the other one's part of the AWC. So, so I have to get through all those readings. And those readings only take me a couple of hours each, although the ones for the women's fantasy group is a little bit more. So it only took me a couple hours for the first 2 rounds that we did with the AWC anthology. So I'm sure I'll be able to get that done tomorrow, no problem. So, yeah. Anyways, admin stuff, basically, all the author stuff that goes along with being an author. Carla was first saying, good morning, I'm here, awake and ready to go because the guy to fix our heater is here. And I give a lot of credit to a guy who starts with, do you have any cats or pets that would like to go up in the attic while I'm working? If so, I'll close the stairs. And I was like, I really love that. He probably has had this experience, or he has animals themselves, or both. But it's so nice that they think about that because I don't think everyone does. Oh, I don't want to put that up there. And then Khaki Man, hello. Good morning, Shannon and Carla. I'll be writing morning pages to start that first sprint. Got my coffee ready to go. I got my coffee too, my second cup of coffee. So ready to go, ready to dig into these taxes. And I'm also watching some YouTube videos. And I'm watching Book Lover Laura, and she's talking about another Kickstarter author who hasn't delivered. And I'm like, this is really giving a bad name for those of us who use Kickstarter as part of our publishing plan. Because for my main books, I've been as part of my publishing plan, like I did for Curse of Scales and Feathers, I did for Curse of Wings and Gems. Then I had 2 novellas that kind of went with both of those. And I plan on doing another one for my next novel, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. And although I'm going to have several publications next year for the short stories, those are not going to be a Kickstarter. Those will just go straight to publication. But it's like really making me feel like, oh my gosh, people are going to, it's good to know that this is happening so that people who back a Kickstarter understand the limitations of the platform. Like the platform cannot make someone deliver. That's they're there to offer the services of connecting people who have something to deliver or that needs to be backed by a project of some type that needs to be backed, and the people who want to back it, but they can't like force people to deliver. They can ban them, which I think they've done with a couple of authors. They banned them so they can't come back and do another Kickstarter. But just crazy. You just watched that video. I just started it. I'm 12 minutes in. The first one I watched was, and hi, Laura. I know we always start off like this way. We don't ever say hi first. What was it I just watched? It was it's another gal. She's a booktuber. And she talked about oceans of PDF, which I guess went down for a little while, and lots of people were complaining about it. And I really, it really, I don't know. I understand, and I've seen lots of videos. Ocean's PDF is what has pirated most of my books. They have all of my books but one on their site. It's for free. I didn't give it to them. Somebody gave them my PDFs to give away for free. And I don't make a lot of money off my books anyways. And and it costs money to pay for cover designer and then for my first series, I'm still in debt. I am still like $3,600 in debt on the editing and everything else that I paid for those books. And now people are just getting it for free. And I noticed that when I first found them on that website, my sales dropped off dramatically for my first series. Like I was making at least, between $5 and $20 a month off of that series every month. And now I'm lucky if I get like every third month, I get a single sale. And of course, what you get off of that is usually like the ebook. I make like $3, and I used to make $5 to $20 every month. That's why I figured out, okay, I'll be like 85 before I pay off that debt that I have on there. Well, now I'm gonna be dead before it gets paid off because I'm not making any money off of it. So hardly any at all. But yeah, a lot of people have a lot of arguments, and in the comments are just crazy because a lot of people are like, attacking her for talking about how this site is not a good site because it pirates books. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, do you guys not understand how much time, like just being an author, especially if you're an indie author, or no, even as a traditional published author, because I saw a video of someone who is traditionally published and she broke it down, like how much money she's actually making. Like she got this big advance of like $30,000, but it was for the next 3 years. And after taking out something, I think it was the agent fee or whatever, she was making like less than $10,000 a year. We don't make that much money off our books. It's labor intensive to write a book. It takes a really long time to write a book and revise it and try to get it into the shape that it needs to be in. And I think it's like one of the few professions I feel like, it's like any arts field. If you're painting or singing or whatever, that you spend so much time and you get so little return on all of that time. Unless it hits big, you're not getting that much money back for what you've just put of time into your work. So yeah, laughing. Like so many scammers. Yeah. So yeah, the website went down. It's back up again, and my books are still on there, pirated. So I think they have all of my books but one, if I remember right. I've sent the notice to take down, and they completely ignored me. But the one thing that video, because I watched that video before, I was like watching it while I was getting everything done this morning before I got online here on my computer. I was watching it on my phone. So there was a site, and I saved it. Where's the site? There's at the Authors Guild that can take action against this website, and there's steps to go through. And they say takedown notices to the website does not work. I remember though when I'm reading it. Yeah. Okay. I did this, what they're saying to do. So I sent it to GoDaddy because their website URL is from GoDaddy. So I sent a notice to GoDaddy, tell them that this site has my stuff. It's copyright infringement. I also sent it to their host. I'm trying to remember who the host was. I did this like a year ago, Cloudflare. And the only one who wrote me back, because I sent it to several different places. So Cloudflare is their hosting service. Cloudflare was the only one who wrote me back in an email saying, we're going to look into this, but this takes time. And that was like almost a year ago now. So, and obviously my stuff is still there. So I don't know. And people are trying to give, all kinds of excuses. And I've seen other videos of people saying why pirate sites like these are useful, like for developing countries where they don't have a library or access to English books, books that are in English. They have access like to their own books in their country, but not to anything that's outside of their country and things like that. So that's the only way they would ever get those words. And I totally understand that. But at the same time, I don't want to just give my work away for free because I've spent so many hours working on it. So I don't know. I have a very firm stance against it. But obviously there's a ton of people, because they really kind of tore her apart in that video. They're like, you just don't understand. This is the only way I would read books. I would never have access to any books without this site and stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh, these people are just thinking it's just fine to do this, not realizing how much work it takes and how little we get back on our work, even when we do sell it. unless we're a big name author. So, hello, Weaver Words. How's it going? Are you working on anything today? Hello, Morgan. How's it going? Are you at work, or you get to work on writing today? How do you feel? Some people will spend so much money on coffee per week, but can't bear to spend 1 penny on a book. Yeah, there's that too. And the coffee is like, when you think about how much like Starbucks charges you for coffee, they make so much profit off that 1 cup of coffee, and you pay a lot for it. Where, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, let me go on. Excuse me. I have the double secret probation pen name that does erotica. My first book sold a couple coffees, not bad, as I didn't promote it or anything, and I found out it was translated into French. Oh, geez. I'm so sorry, Carla. How did you find out that it was translated into French? Like, how did you come across information? Because I have no idea if my stuff has been translated into another language. I know I've not done any translations, but yeah, I wouldn't know how you would find that out. I think it was Ruby Dixon, but some people are even message her directly, like, where can I pirate your book? Because I can't afford it, which is so wild to me. Wow, the entitlement. Yes, this is really wild. I mean, and some people were stating in the comments too about how, oh, it's okay to do this to the big authors because they make lots of money, but we should really not be doing this to indies. And I'm like, I appreciate that, but even the big authors, I mean, they're trying to make a living out of this. And when you really look at like how much money we get, like Ruby Dixon is pretty prolific, but and I don't know how much money she makes, but she's not James Patterson, right? Because James Patterson, he can afford to pay people to write some of his books. So, but I don't know. Does it really matter when it comes down to it? Because writing a book is a labor of love. It's a lot of work. You have to come up with the ideas, and you have to develop the world and the characters, and it doesn't matter what world you're writing. Even if you're writing in our world, you got to come up with like what the setting's going to be and what time period. And I mean, there's just so much that goes into it, and we make sometimes just cents off of our book, depending on what you've got it up for. Like right now, A Curse of Scales and Feathers have the ebook up for 99 cents, which I don't think it's ever been 99 cents on Amazon. Or if it has, it's only been once. I'm doing it as part of the Faro Bub at the end of this month. But I figured, well, if I'm going to put it on sale for that day, let me just do it a little bit earlier and join this other promotion that's through Story Origin. So I have it on there. So it's 99 cents. So 99 cents, 35% royalty rate is what I get. And then, of course, I have to pay 22 cents to deliver the e-file. And I think by the time it's done, I make like 30 cents. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Wait, they don't charge you the file to deliver if it's under $2.99. So I think I was wrong on that part. It's been a minute since I put my book on sale for 99 cents. So 99 times 0.35. Yeah, you don't have to pay. It's 34 cents, 35 cents. Yeah, 35 cents is what I make. So yeah, you don't get charged the delivery fee when it's that low. Forgot about that part. Good. At least I get more money back in my pocket than I thought I would. But 35 cents. And that book, I've sold 2 copies of that book this year, I think. The ebook. I've sold a few paperbacks, but I don't make a lot of money off of it. But yeah, you can go get it for free if you want off of Ocean's PDF. Ocean's a PDF. It's free there. So I'm not making that much money off of it. It is my first positive ROI book, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, but none of my others are positive. All the other ones I still owe money on. So, I don't speak French. I certainly hope they're making more money than I did from it. Of course, the other stuff I've put up there sells a couple of copies a month pretty consistently. Yeah, I don't really sell a lot of books. I'm at work, not feeling the best, but I had a really good sales day at the book festival I went to Saturday. Yay! Hopefully, you'll feel better here soon. But I hope that went well. I know you were trying to get your books redone with the new covers and everything, and get them. You were struggling with the editing. Nope, the formatting. I was like, what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. The formatting there a few weeks ago, but I think you said that you got all the books in time to take to the festival with you. So that's awesome. I've never done an in-person selling. Someone had me check to see if it showed up at some site, and we found it in French. For some reason, it made me laugh hysterically. I mean, what can you do? I wish I knew what site that was, but yeah, I wonder if my stuff is on a site like that too. More like pays people to write all of his books from his outlines. All of his books now? Oh, well, he doesn't write any of them? Wow. Well, I mean, there's a part of me that's like, I have more stories in my head than I have life left to write them. And um, I have not been able to write my books very fast. Now, the short stories, those tend to go much faster for me. But how long have I been working on A Curse of Spikes and Smoke? I think I started it in October of last year. So I think that was my first draft. So it's been a year of me writing it. Now, not consistently because I've had tons of stuff happening. The conference took a lot out of me. I also had the Kickstarter. Let me see old drafts and documents. Oh, yeah. Okay. All of my stuff is dated from when my computer was having issues back in July and had to download everything. So I don't even have it anymore. I used to have it where the draft, I started putting it. Okay, hold on. November. That's when it was. I actually put the date in parentheses, November 2024, Aquasas verbal vomit draft, November 2024. So in one more month, I've been working on this novel for a year. So yeah, it takes me a long time. I don't even know where I was going with that because I got distracted. Let's go on. Yikes. Hi, Carrie. How's it going? I hope all is well with you. The in-person selling is actually really fun, and I got to meet and talk to a lot of local authors. Oh, I live in a small area. We don't have anything like that. We have a monthly festival, like not I say we, not my city, but the biggest city closest to us has a monthly festival on a Friday, and lots of booths are set up along the major street in the road or in the city. And I've been there like twice, and you've got everything, and it's on a street where there's like museums, and the museums will open up for the night as well. But they're like small little indie museums, almost like, so they'll have like one artist's artwork up, and then the booths will be everything you can think of, from like glass making to, artwork to beads and tapestries and stuff like this. And I think I've seen one or two authors when I was the twice that I went. And I thought, oh, I should do that. And I've never have. That was like, when I went, that was like 3 years ago, and they still do it. But I haven't gone. I really don't like being around a lot of people. And that was a lot of people. But okay. The only thing is that both events I did were very long, and I ran out of social battery pretty quickly. That would be me. It would be gone pretty quick. Yeah. It's probably still draining on you, I would think, because that was Saturday. And this is just Monday. It bothers me too. But I'm also at the point where I see it as a way to silence people. So I'm trying to be braver about putting things out there. Yeah, it's like, what are your choices? Stop publishing? I know that in the comments, I was reading the comments on that video, one person said, this is why I don't use ARC readers. And I'm pretty certain that all of those books came from one site that I used to find ARC readers. I pay for this site. It's a really good site for getting ARC readers. And I'm pretty certain that's where they all came from, but I didn't make anything about those books specific enough for me to know. And I know I'm going to be using them again for this next book that's coming out. And I'm planning to make a specific copy for that site where I'm putting it in there where it's from, that it basically, it's Booksprout. So this is a Booksprout copy for ARC readers only. So, and I don't know. I keep thinking of different things I can do. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be pirated, but if that is the case, if that's where it comes from, then I will know specifically where it's coming from, and I will let them know, because I do know the head of marketing over there, and let her know and see what she has to say. If there's anything they can do about that, there's probably nothing they can do about it. And then decide from there whether or not I want to keep using them. So I don't know. We'll see. I think I just would like to know where it's coming from. And as it is now, I don't give out copies to any of my readers. So I use Story Origin for beta reading, for the ARC copies. Everything's on Story Origin. Well, the ARC copies they can download. I haven't done that for a while, so I'll probably do that too. I'll put up a specific copy for the ARC copy. It's been a minute since I've had an ARC team. It's been 2 years, a little over 2 years. So since I've had an ARC team for a book. But yeah, but for the beta reading and the typo buster team and stuff, I do all of that through Story Origin, so they can't download anything there. They could copy and paste. He's tried to make it as much as possible, like make it hard where you copy and paste. It doesn't paste over exactly, that it makes it gobbledygook. But I haven't tested it, so I don't know how true that is. But the copies that I see on this site are like my PDFs, like what I formatted. So I know they're coming from a PDF. And I think it's I'm trying to think. I can not have a PDF on Booksprout. I have to offer as a PDF and as an EPUB. And I've thought about, but I'd probably get kicked off the site. Thought about with a PDF, just put a dummy file in there and say, this is a PDF for this book, but I'm not giving this out because of the pirating. If you'd like to really read this book, you have to download the EPUB or something. I don't know. But then you can take an EPUB and change it into a PDF. But there would be some changes in that. I've really thought about this, you guys. I've really gone through this in my head. Like, you can take the EPUB and make it into a PDF if you have the right file or the right system to do it. But it would change the formatting just a bit. It wouldn't be exact. And I look at these PDFs and they're my PDFs. I know they're mine. So, oh yeah. I want to do festivals and events next year. I have 3, maybe 4 little festivals that I want to sign up for. Have you've done them before? I feel like I should be doing them, but I don't have the energy for it. I find it interesting. I tend to do well at Comic-Cons. Who knew steamy paranormal romance would sell at cons, right? Who is it? Oh, it's Ben Pick. Well, he writes it's fantasy. It's like portal fantasy. I think that's what you call it, portal fantasy. So some of it's like contemporary times, but they go in the past, they go in the future, they go all over. And he sells at Comic-Cons. The thing I hate is con crud from standing all day under air vents. I used to always get sick whenever I go to conferences. I didn't get sick. Excuse me. I didn't get sick at all last year, the ones I went to, but for the last 2 years before that, I got sick at every conference I went to. I get that, Morgan. I would probably have to hide in my office after to recharge. Carla, I want to do Comic-Con here next year, but the tables are a little expensive for me. Oh yeah, they are, aren't they? That's the other thing to take into account, because you have to like, okay, I will have to sell X amount of books in order to make up just for the table fee. I team up with a friend who does urban fantasy. The first event took me a week to recover from, and I'm still feeling run down from Saturday. That's what I was thinking. You probably still, you said you're not feeling too great today. You're probably still feeling that from Saturday, but I didn't know if that would be the case or not. But it would definitely do that. Auto crit looks good. As far as like editing your book. There's a group of, I'm sorry, I just don't know what the context for this was. My brain was like going 1,000 miles an hour. Like, okay, connected to this, connected to that. Is it connected to this? Is it connected to that? I'm like, I don't know. And so I was just silent. And so another kind of awkward silence there, but that's because my brain was going 100 miles an hour trying to figure out. I do like auto crit. I think Pro Writing Aid is better when it comes to editing, but I like the auto crit, like the beta reader features that it has now, which is really cool. That's smart to Carla. There's a group of authors here who share the expense of tables at cons and festivals, but I missed the window to join them at Comic-Con. So are you going to try and catch it then next year, or whenever they do it again? I don't know if they do it yearly or quarterly. Next year will be the first time doing anything outside of a library event, like a weekend-long festival. I'm trying to calculate how many copies I'll need to stock up on. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because you don't know how much you're going to sell, especially if you've never been. And then, you definitely want to try and make back your table costs if you can. So you want to have at least that much, if not more, because you want to make a profit. And then you have to count the cost of taking it with you. See, then that's the issue, right? I've thought about that. There are no Comic-Cons around me. There are no cons, period. No, that's wrong. There is one con. Yeah, there's one con. But I've never been to it, so I have no idea what it's like. And that's in the city neighboring me. But I could drive there. But when I think about going to some of these other Comic-Cons, like where authors are going and they're selling books, that's a drive. Now I have to talk, gas and everything like that. Or if it's really far, then airplane. And now you're talking about, okay, how do you get the books there? Some places that you deliver books there, but not all of them. And you have to take your books with you. And yeah. So yeah, there's nothing really close to me. In the Boston area, there is Broad Universe. I've heard of them, actually, which are a group of women fantasy and sci-fi writers that have a table where they work out a shared schedule. Do they also do I don't know if it's a podcast, a video podcast or something? Nope, not that. Weekly reading. There's something they do. At least I feel like it's them. It could be somebody else I'm thinking of, though. Where they have the female writers come on and read part of their work. And they do that weekly or monthly or something. I want to join up with them at some point, but I'm not ready yet. I'd probably be there too. But that's just because I don't do well socially. Already, I'm awkward the way it is, and then put me out in the public in the wild. It's the wild for me. So, all right, we got to the end of comments. We're gonna go ahead and get started on our first sprint. Why did you take up the whole thing? I don't know why I took up the whole thing. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, I meant for the beta reading side of things, as sometimes finding people for feedback can be super different. Oh, wait. So you're saying autocrit? Oh, okay. No. See, I even went in a different direction with that. At first, I thought you were saying you could find people through autocrit, like they have a forum or something you can find beta readers. No, you're talking about the beta reader feedback on there. Yes, okay. I got it. Sorry, my brain is not working right this morning. It wants to go anywhere else but where it should be. Yeah, it is. It's hard sometimes finding people for feedback. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of that with some of my stuff right now, but yeah, I do like it for the beta reading. Thank you for clarifying, because I really couldn't figure that one out earlier. Again, my brain not working. The farthest event and the biggest is an hour away. I can drive there and crash with my best friend, so that stays in a hotel. But like thousands of people attend, might have to revive my Ko-fi. Yes, I love that. See, I don't have anything close to me like that. I don't live close to civilization that has stuff like that going on. I think they do the rapid fire readings. That must be what it is, where they do 5-minute readings from their books. Yeah, because I've heard of them, because I'm part of a women's fantasy group, and many of them have gone and read for them, because you can do it. It's through Zoom, I think, or something like that. But they have people who like they do it, they stream it or something, and I've heard about it from a few of the authors in the group. Yeah, driving to a con probably wouldn't be feasible. I'm fortunate to live in a city metro area that does a lot of book things and festivals and has lots of authors. Yes, very fortunate that you have that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that when I knew I was going to try and be an author when we were moving, and before we were trying to figure out what we were going to do next, because my husband was retiring from the military, and we had decided to come here, and it was not something in my mind at all of like connecting with people in the community for writing and being an author. And then when we first got here, it was 2019. It was like the end of 2019 when we got here. So you know what happened in 2020. So I didn't get time to meet anybody anyways. So my friend LJ Cohen told me about them, and I know she's a member, and she does YA sci-fi. Let me stop talking. Let's go ahead and get going in the first sprint of the morning. 60 minutes on the clock, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? I'm working on tax information. I'm making progress, but it's, a lot to go through. I'm sure you guys know, those who didn't taxes before. So this will be my whole day, I'm pretty sure. So I think we left off here talking about the group, yeah, the YA. Eva, I don't know if you're still here. Hopefully you are. I thought you had said you sent me an email during Rita's stream. I don't remember what day that was, Friday or Saturday probably, because I think it was in both. But I never got anything. So, and I checked my spam. So maybe I misheard. Did you say you were going to send an email, or did you send it already? Because I didn't get anything. And then Christina stopped in, which I saw Christina over in DD stream. Remember to do all the things to take care of you, and also to take care of the channel by, Lord, my brain is not focusing. Today is not the day. I have a lot of stuff going through everything in my head and looking at all of our documents and everything. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Okay, go on. I need to stop thinking about it. But yes, thank you so much for reminding us to do all these great things, Christina. And then CB stopped in. Hello. I forgot that I'm going to see Riverdance tonight, and I'm not going to be able to stay for the whole stream. That's no problem. Just, stay for whatever you're able to do to get done whatever it is you want to work on. I appreciate you just stopping in to say hi. So Jocelyn stopped in, said, good morning, peeps. Getting some coffee. I did get some more coffee, too. Got my newsletter written and up. I think I had saw that as I was going through all my documents. I was like, I got a new email. I haven't opened it yet. I don't get to opening too many emails anymore. Writing in the Heat, I think, is Tales from the Coast. I think that's the one you sent. I've got it there. I'll eventually open it. But it's slow going for me getting to emails. Got my phone call just in time for break. Oh, got my day started though. Oh, I said I send you an email. I meant next week. It's still the weekend here. Oh, okay. Miscommunication. Sorry. Oh, okay. This was like, I must have misunderstood something. I was like, either she was going to be sending it or she sent it. But I looked at my the spam folder and it wasn't there. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I probably misunderstood her. Gotcha. Now I understand. Good morning, Stacey. How's it going? Are you working on anything? Transferred laundry from the washer to the dryer, wrote my morning pages, and updated the Artist's Way group in my Discord. You're always good at getting things done. So, and at first I read transfer laundry. I was like, wait, what about your morning pages? Because that's what you said you were working on today. And then it came right there, second one. My brain is not keeping up with things today. I don't know if this is like a day I shouldn't be doing taxes because it's not keeping up, but it's like I don't really have a lot of time to waste and not do them. Yeah, I need something like make my brain focus better here. Getting the words, problem solving this morning. Is it like something in the story? Probably. I'm guessing if you're getting the words in. I did some brainstorming on Friday and Saturday for the 8th short story in my short story series. This last one, and I wrote quite a bit. I had a lot, a few thousand words, all brainstorming stuff. It looks like roughly 3,000 words. I'm just rounding numbers here. And by the time I finished on Saturday doing what I was doing on it, I was like, I really don't like this outline. And I knew it was going to be problematic. I use a four chapter short story outline template, which not a single one of my short stories are 4 chapters. So it just kind of tries to keep me together and not writing too much. And when I finished doing my brainstorming and writing an outline for the last short story, it was 11 chapters. And I was like, oh, geez, this is not going to be a short story. I was like, oh, I really want to make this into a long book. I could add this scene. I could add that scene. I was like, no, we're doing a short story. Because if you write that, then you're not writing your short story. You need to get the short story done. So I didn't exactly scrap it, but I took out a lot of scenes and redid things and then spent Sunday redoing the outline. And I think I've got a good outline in place. I'm still trying to figure out the last couple of chapters. Like I know where the story's ending, but leading up to it, because what I had before would have been too much. So I still have to figure that out. I have that. I really want to start writing that story. I really want to finish the outline, figure that out so I don't go over, and then start writing that. But I won't have time to write it for a couple of days. But that was a problem I was dealing with for this past couple days when I probably should have been working on taxes instead of doing a story. But I am not working on anything yet, writing-wise. Oh, okay. So just getting going. Wrote about a page, says Carrie. Had to re-verify. I'm telling you, my brain is not reading things. I was like, reverberate or something. I'm like, what? And I'm like, no, wait, this is a word. Re-verify my info on Ko-fi. So that took some time. And I had to clean my fountain pen. Oh, that's cool. I always wanted to write with a fountain pen. And it looks so, if you know how to do it, it looks so beautiful when you write with a fountain pen. But I can't really write handwriting too much anymore. My wrist won't hold up. The kids are home, and so I just got laundry started, food, homework for the one kiddo, and watched the video. Yeah, I've got my kiddo here at home too, which that was part of my kind of a bit of another distraction, didn't help out, but I heard something hit the floor in the kitchen. I was like, oh, the cats are on the counter. And I went out there, and my son is there. He was like, oh, hey, Mom, what's going on? I'm like, in my head, I'm like, did you not hear the noise of something crashing to the floor? I'm like, not much. And I just went to go clean up, but the cats dropped on the floor. I'm like, he's just, sometimes he's got headphones on, so I understand he don't hear anything, but he did not have his headphones. He was like, hey, Mom, what's up? Why are you out here? But yeah, I asked him, so what you going to do today? I don't know. And I was like, well, you want to watch a movie later? He was like, yeah. I was like, okay. When I get done with my sprints, we'll watch a movie. So we'll do that. I will also be canning in a few hours once the jars are clean. What you canning? I always want to learn how to can. I think that's really cool. But then I don't know who I'm canning for. Because neither of my boys like they don't really like fruit, like that canned fruit. Like, because I would think like you could can fruit for like pies and such. You could also can veggies. And my youngest doesn't eat any veggies whatsoever, not a single one. So it's like, who am I canning for? I'm gonna can for me. Then it'll sit there for years. It'll be there in the bomb shelter later. Hey, Auntie, how's it going? Hope all is well. And then Emma also stopped in. Hey. Hope everyone's having a great day. Thank you. Just posting a short, and then it's on to writing. Nice. And Carrie, I love my fountain pen, right? Fountain pen? Not foundation, right? You meant fountain? Maybe it is foundation, and it's a new pen I don't know about, but it's a pain. I bet you those would be a pain to clean. Yeah. It is much. It is so much. I love watching. I do watch some shorts sometimes where people are just using fountain pens to write with. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I wish I could do that. I don't think my wrist would be able to hold up with it because you have to like hold it really steady, and the angle has to be just right if you're gonna, if you're writing in this style. I don't know what they call that. It's not calligraphy. That's what keeps going in my mind. But it's not just that. You don't use a fountain pen just for calligraphy. It's like something. I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. But it's so pretty. I like watching people do it. Especially like some of the fountain pens I've seen, like some of them are made of glass, and they like have the glass is twisted, so they get the ink in there, and it's like the ink is going through the twists of the pen, and it's really pretty. Yeah, I don't know why those are like satisfying videos to watch. So, my kid had school today. She was off Friday, but I had made an appointment for her today, so I have to pick her up early from school. Well, she almost has like a 4-day weekend then, huh? Yeah, I think today's it's a teacher planning day for the kiddos here where I live at, and of course Julian, he doesn't really like going to school, but he likes learning. So I don't know what he's doing at the moment, but I know what was he told me. He stopped me yesterday. When I was writing on my outline. I was sitting with him in the living room. I was working on my outline, and what did he say? He says, "Mom, do you know there's like 7 different geometries or something like that?" I'm like, I don't remember what he said. That I'm making it up because I can't remember. But it was something along these lines. He started breaking it down, these different geometries. He was just on his phone scrolling through stuff. And so I'm like, this is what he was just looking at. I'm like, what kid? Like, I don't know. I'm used to my older kiddo. My older kiddo was constantly on the phone or on the TV. And he was also scrolling through videos and watching videos, but it was all about watching gamers game. And so in this kid, he's like watching all the stuff about math and everything. And yeah, it's interesting how they get their different things that makes them tick. We had to use a foundation pen at school, so it is called foundation and not fountain. Is it the same thing? I've never heard of a foundation pen before. Foundation pen. Yeah, it on my Google it reworded it to fountain pen. So maybe it's there. It's not picking up the British, if that's what it is. How to use a foundation pen. What is this? So there is something on here later on the page. It says how to use a foundation pen. But I'm not seeing anything else. Yeah, it doesn't really have it. I guess they know I'm American. But new comments. Oh wait. Did just that I'd like to learn to can. Me too. I've always wanted to learn that. Again, I just don't know who it would be for, except for me. I'd be the only one eating this stuff. I cannot use fountain pens left-handed, but I do like using glass dip. Is that like a pen that's glass? So you dip into the ink? Is that what that is? Oh, yes, fountain pen. Oh, okay. So it isn't something new. Okay. I thought maybe it was just something new, like a British thing, or not in a US thing. I don't know. Hey, Emma from Cat. I love my fountain pens. Emma's come in and confused everyone. I just thought I was learning something new. I mean, the first time I thought, okay, maybe it was just a mistake. But then when she said it the second time, I'm like, no. This is something. I believe her. But it's okay. I think sometimes our fingers start typing things, and especially if our mind is somewhere else, because that's what happens to me. My mind will go somewhere else because I think much faster than I can type. So then I start typing words that are like combination words. But I have several, mostly Lamy Safari pens, a few, I don't know how you say that, and a couple of Sailor pens. I've never heard of any of those, but that's really cool. I had to use one at school too. You did? I can't remember. I think the biggest thing that when it came to pens, we had to use a certain color when I was in school. But, I love my glass dip pen as well. I love Lamy Safari, and it's one of the ones that don't cost an arm and a leg. Cat. Yep, you dip the glass in the ink, and then glass pushes easier than metal, so that's why I can use it. Huh. I think those are some of the ones I've seen. Some of the shorts I've seen was with that. The better Laura. those plas. Oh Lord, those glass pens look so cool. They do. Have you seen any of the shorts? They're so pretty. How people can write with those. I feel like I wouldn't be. Well, my hand, it doesn't. I look at the angle of the wrists when they're holding it, and I can't hold that angle without it hurting and shaking. So I'm like, I know I couldn't do it, but it looks so pretty. Hello, says Laura. I know, Carrie. I used to buy them for my students and to teach cursive so we could decipher ancient texts. Oh, I love that idea. Hi, Carla. All right, made it to the end of the comments. We'll go ahead and get started on the next 1 hour sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, another hour in sometime soon. Why? This skipped. Hold on. Take it back. I don't know why I skipped forward like that. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that is time. How did you do? Making progress on my admin stuff still. Yeah, lots of things to do. Like I said, being an all-day thing for anyone who's here already, for anyone new, or having come in, working on author admin and family admin things. So, left off with Emma saying hello to Carla. And Stacey said, I hold my glass pen the same way I hold a ballpoint pen. You do need to be able to twist it to control the ink, but otherwise. Okay, and I think that was like in response to probably what I was saying, where it looks like you have to move your wrist a certain way or hold it at a certain angle. Yeah, and I've watched some of the videos, and I don't think I could continue to do that, like the twisting and all that. But even if I start off holding it a certain way, I don't think, because then you have to twist it, and my wrist can only hold it for so long. I think I'm really thinking about this too, because the workout I did this morning at the gym put a lot of pressure on my wrist, and it's really aching right now. So the glass pens are great, but so heartbreaking when they roll off the desk and snap in half. Oh, yeah, that would be me. I always say if it could happen, it will happen, because anything and everything that could do with being like a klutz or whatever, it happens to me. When I used to teach college English and literature, and I'd always start off the first day, I was like, if you see me trip, it's normal. You'll see me at least do that once, if not multiple times. So, yeah. Oh no, that would definitely happen to me. It would to me too. Oh my God, my heart hurts thinking about it. Yeah. It's why I don't buy them anymore. I guess that's a good way. And back. And welcome back, Eva. Hi, Eva. Hey, Emma. Well, that was quite the alarm. Yeah, that one's a little bit like, I don't think I had the lead up music loud enough, and then the end of it's a bit louder compared to the lead up music. It should have been just a bit louder. I was like, am I hearing something? Because now I'm listening to Joanna Penn's podcast while I'm doing author admin stuff. I was like, do I hear something? What's that sound? I was like, oh, it's the music. I shut everything off. Okay, it's the music. It didn't get much louder into the boom. I was like, oh well. I only have like a couple more weeks of playing this one anyways, and I won't play it anymore because it won't be Halloween anymore. Just got through the Smexy Time binding scene. Nice. I didn't think I would like writing those type of scenes, because it's hard for me to say stuff like that out loud. Like, I think about it, but I don't like talk about it. And so, and to name different things or whatever. But I felt that bad writing it. I found that I actually enjoyed it. And it is some of my especially if you build the scene, which I'm sure you probably do. It's not just what's happening between the couple physically, it's the emotional connection. And usually there's a lot of stuff that is more honest in the talking to each other. Not always, but sometimes you can have it without that. But it seems like it's more honest. So it's just the connection of the couple, or whatever your setup is, if it's multiple people. Playing in Notion for now, trying to figure out how to make data sets work for me over there. I have no idea. I have never opened Notion before. I'm wrong. I probably did open it once. It was a couple years ago when, 3 years ago? Yeah, 3 years ago now, over 3 years ago. Because Tiffany, she did a Notion video for the first AuthorTube writing conference. I'm pretty sure that's what she did for the first one. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I opened it up and I looked at it. It's like, okay, it's too much for me. It's like Scrivener. It's too much. I open it and I'm overwhelmed by what's on the screen. So I use, and it's not as visual, but I use Obsidian. But it works for me because you open it up and like when I first started, it was just completely blank and I could create a new page and do what I want to do with it and everything. And there's not too many buttons. It's just a couple buttons. That's it. And if you hit one button, you're not gonna mess anything up because guess what? It just saved it. So I feel much more comfortable with Obsidian. And all the times that my computer has shut down on me, it actually shut down on me on Saturday. It hasn't done that for a while. But and I've taken my computer in to be looked at, and they couldn't find nothing wrong with it. And they told me to plug it directly into the wall instead into a power strip. So I did that. And when they said that, they said it's probably something to do with the electrical or something. And now my ceiling fan that has a light, the lights have stopped working. The fan still works, but the lights stopped working. So I think it's something electrical in my house. I don't think it's my computer. So, but anyways, yeah. And if it shuts down on me, it's probably the same for Notion, but everything gets saved in Obsidian because it's all linked to an online drive. And I think Notion's the same way. But yeah, I not confused. I got, what am I trying to say? Well, I think I need some medicine because I'm getting a headache. That my brain is like, don't want to work today. And I'm like, I have to work today. I don't even know what I was saying. Let's go on. Mine haven't done that yet. I have a little stand for my glass pen that I use. Smart. And Jody, hello, jumping in and hugs. I haven't seen any of your streams lately. Are you not streaming? Or am I just missing you? I think I might be just missing you, but I haven't got any notifications. It's probably YouTube. Being modest in life doesn't always mean modest on the page. Totally related. Okay, so it's not just a me thing. I just think you're weird, Shannon. I mean, I do say the words when I do my audiobook, but I have to like be very careful because I think I'm getting better at it, but I elongate like the S in certain words. And I'm like, oh my Lord, because I'm so conscious of it as I'm saying it. And I'm like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. I did it. But I don't even know I did it until I re-listen to it. I'm like, oh God, I did it. So, and when I was doing for my one audiobook that I have out when I was editing it, I did go through and record some of those spots. And then and I just got tired of re-recording because even my re-recording, it didn't always turn out. And I was like, forget it. I'm just going to be awkward saying these words. So, I'm almost done with chapter 11. Gonna have to finish after Peanut's appointment. I have to go get her in about 15-ish minutes. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I'm glad that you were able to get some progress. Hopefully you'll be able to get chapter 11 done later. Oh, sweet baby Cthulhu. There is a group of teens that have been riding around in their parents' SUV, hanging out the sunroof, screaming all weekend. Today it's raining, and they just drove by again. Oh, to be young again. Not that I ever did that exactly, but I love a city. And me too. I plan everything in there. I do all my world building in there. So yeah, I absolutely love it. And the one feature that I really thought was cool was the whole what's that called when you play the I always think of it as like a web, but it's not a web. I have it closed. And you play it when it plays your mind map basically. And I thought that's so cool. And it was really cool when I was first setting everything up, but now I have so much in here that it takes forever to play it. So I don't play it hardly anymore. But it basically shows you what's connected and what's not connected. And so like in your world building, if you have like an idea on one page you're building, and you can say, and you state something like maybe a character's name, and then in another page in your world building or whatever, and your character shows up over there, you can just link them. They can be linked, right? And so when you do play, what is it called? I don't remember now. Graph view. Oh yes, it's the graph view. So when you play the graph, it was like so cool. You see all these things that are linked, and then you see what's not linked to anything else. Like I have to zoom out to see everything. So I can see, oh, okay, this person's not linked to anything else. I should get her linked to, I'm looking at it like right now, I should get her linked to the book that she's in. I should also get her linked to another character because they have a relationship now. So yeah, so it's like really cool. I have lots of stuff in here that's not linked. And almost everything should be linked in some way, at least in my mind for my world building, because all of my stories are interconnected in some way. I know that's like one of my Omega readers. We talk on Discord occasionally, and she's like, I love how everything's connected. And I was like, yeah, that's what I love doing too, is making all those connections. And I had just asked my newsletter, because I've got these 8 stories I'm going to be publishing next year. So I had asked my last newsletter when I sent it out at the beginning of this month, when I'm looking for readers, for beta readers and alpha readers and whatnot, how would you guys want to receive this? Would you want to receive it one story at a time? And I said it was one story, it's 1 hour reads. And, or would you want to do like 3 at a time, 3 stories at a time? And almost everybody came back and said 3 stories at a time. But she immediately got on Discord and started texting or messaging, whatever you call that on Discord. And she's like, oh, I want to do the three at a time, but are they connected? And I'm like, well, they're only connected in theme to each other, but then like, here's a character in this one that you can actually, that was talked about in a text in the Romantasy Adventures, which she was in my Romantasy Adventures. And I was like, and this character over here is in this book over here, or their grandfather is in this book over here or whatever. So I was like talking about all the connections from all the different characters everywhere. I really like doing that kind of stuff. You are missing me, hugs. Yes. Are you not? Then you're not streaming then? Is that what it is? My brain doesn't want to work either. That's why the planning time with Notion. I'm having fun juggling all the things I'm trying to do, but I'm not necessarily juggling them well. I feel the same way. I'm trying to make myself focus. And I think trying to make myself focus when I don't want to focus is giving me a headache. I think that's it, but I can't afford not to finish the taxes because they're due on the 15th of the month. So I should have done these like a while ago, but I had the Kickstarter at the beginning of the year that stopped me from getting taxes done on time. And then the conference took over my life. And August, I said, forget everything and just wrote the whole time. And so now I'm trying to play catch up. And I actually did forget about it in September. I shouldn't have forgotten about it. And it wasn't until the beginning of this month to say, oh, I got to do this thing because they're due on the 15th. You can, I don't know if you can ask for another extension on your taxes. I've never done that, but I don't think I really want to do that. So I got to get these done. It's just a lot. I spent the whole like last, like a lot of time yesterday and all the time like the day before, except for a couple of sprinting periods for writing, doing my author stuff and logging everything in. But now it's like, next year is going to be even worse because we have a total of 3 houses, 2 of them with renters, but we pay for services on the houses and we pay for, Terminex on all the houses, pay for warranties on all the houses, and all that gets put into different places on the tax forms. So I have to, I have all the documents, but I have a spread Excel sheet that I use from year to year to year. You just use it over and over again where I log everything and I can see it all in one glance and have all the numbers already figured out so that when I get to that part of the form, I can just put the number in there instead of trying to go and look through all the documents and add it all up. I just do it ahead of time. So I finished my spreadsheets for my author stuff, but now I'm doing it for all of our house stuff. And, but we sold a house this year. So that's going to be fun next year because I've done that before, but it's been many years ago. Last time I sold a house was in 2005, right? 2005, 2006, 2006 is when I sold it. That's the last time I sold a house. So I really don't remember how I did that in my taxes. I'm going to have to figure that out. But yeah, anyways, I'm there. I'm trying to make myself concentrate. Seriously, my dudes, I was 17 once and I understand, but if my kids ruined my interior and the rain, oh yes, they wouldn't have my keys again for a long, long time. Do you think it's not their car? You think it belongs to their parents? My parents would never let me drive their car. My one brother, who's kind of a troublemaker, used to steal my mom's car and go out joyriding, but I never did that. I'll check out Obsidian next sprint. Yeah, I like it. It's got the free program that you can do. You can download it directly to your computer. And then you can pay for stuff. Like you can pay for online storage, but I don't. There's actually a way to so I created a new Google account just for the drive and I've connected to that. And I couldn't tell you how to do it, but it was so easy. And all I did was just look for how to connect my Obsidian account to my Google Drive. And it was so easy. Like the steps were so easy to follow. That's probably why I didn't remember it because I don't have to ever remember it. Like the steps are easy. So I don't have to pay for anything. And it backs up to my Google Drive. So I have a Google Drive or Google just for my Obsidian. And I still got lots and lots of room, but yeah, I think it's kind of cool. But it's easier for my brain because when there's too much on a screen, I get overwhelmed. We're trying to figure out a name for our anthology for the women's writing group that I'm a part of. And it's myself, the committee is myself and 2 other gals. And the one, she's kind of heading everything. And she sent an email. And by the time I got the email, there was like 3 more emails in the chain of emails between her and the other gal. And they were trying to come up with a name. Like we're going through back and forth because we had come up with a name, but the rest of the group didn't like it. So we were trying to come up with some other names and put in some of their ideas. And she had like this whole list, but she's like, I really like this one, but I think we need a subtitle. So I thought, I went off of that. What she said, she really liked this one, but a subtitle. And she's like, I don't know what to do for the subtitle. So I gave different ideas in the reply email. And she's like, yeah, I don't know if those quite work. What'd you think about the other ones? What about the first 2 that I didn't like? I'm like, I do not know where that email is at in this chain of emails. And like looking at it on screen, I get overwhelmed. And so I wrote back to her. I was like, I don't know what they were. Oh my God, so sorry. It's like when Discord gets too many channels, I can't keep up with it because it's so much on the screen. I can't make myself focus. That's like the hard part. It's like I thought about like cutting out, like getting a piece of paper and like cutting out like a block so I can put it just over what I'm trying to read so that I can read it without feeling distracted by everything else is around it. I don't know if that would work, but I've thought about it. It's a holiday for the kiddo. Oh, okay. And the husband. So work is harder today, but I'm also tired and just, I don't know, just a sluggish week, I think, too, I think. It's the middle of October. It's getting there. We're about, this is like the slump before the whole holiday season, at least here in the US, right? Because we've got Halloween, then Thanksgiving, and then Christmas. or whatever holiday you celebrate at the end of the year or in the beginning of the next year, right? Because I'm trying to remember, Adrian, we did a Christmas, we did the Secret Santa the first year, and Adrian said he celebrated something else. And I thought it was in January or something like that. So that's why we had moved it to January for Secret Santa. I just don't remember. My brain's not working today. Jody, hey lady. During that sprint, I wrote a book review. May reviews are completed. Yay! So was that the one you wrote that ended your May? So now you're April, May, June. Yeah, getting there. I also folded and put away clothes from the dryer. I also transfer towels from washer to dryer. No, I am streaming. I will be on tonight. Oh, okay, cool. Tonight at 7 p.m., Thursday, 7 p.m. VRWR for heart breathing, and Friday and Saturday. Well, you got a whole week worth of streaming then. Okay. I probably will be on tonight. I'm trying to think. I have a class I'm going to at 5. Is that 7? That's 7 p.m. Eastern? Because I don't know how long the class is. And if it's at 6, I probably won't be there right at first, depending on how long. It's with Michael Evans, and so he tends to talk a lot. All great stuff. The dude is super smart. I learn so much whenever I go to his classes, but he does say a lot sometimes. I'm also completed writing out my to-do list and reheated my coffee. Did it get cold? I just drank the rest of my coffee. I had it. It was cold. Hey, Carla from Jody. You can get this done. If you have to try for another extension, we'll hope that's an option. But getting it off your plate, yes, I agree. Getting off my plate would be best. That's what I'm hoping. I think I'm going to take some medicine, maybe go talk to the kiddo on his next sprint. It is 11 o'clock, so he might be getting hungry. So I'll see if he wants some food. Maybe just taking a little break from the screen will help out. Let's see. I think it's at the end. Nope. Given their age and the model, that's mom or dad's car. I was wondering. Yeah. Indigenous Peoples Day, so a federal holiday today too. Okay, cool. Well, because usually my husband is off on federal holidays because he works for the state and he doesn't have today off. Huh. Guess maybe they decide they didn't want to celebrate it here. I don't know. Good. We have a lot of streams. Yes, we do. 7 Central. Oh, okay. I should be there then by the time because I'm Central. Yeah, I'm Central. Did I say that? I don't know if I said that before, but I'm Central. So I'm pretty sure his classes can be done by 7. Yes, that book review closed out May. Woohoo! And I want to write a review of the picture book I read on Saturday right now. I'll start June tomorrow. Oh, I was just thinking, Kat, like I don't know a whole lot of booktubers. But the ones that I do know, I don't know any of them who read picture books or kids books. And I was going to say, Eva has got some kids books out, and I love her dragon one. It was really good. So I don't know if you've ever looking for other picture books. The picture book for the one with the dragons was really good. Anyways, I was thinking that the other day, and I was like, will I have Kat and Eva on the same stream ever? I might. It could happen. So yeah. My son loved it too, and he's not, he's older. He's when we read it, he was 11 maybe, because it was a little while ago. Because he's 12, right? I think he's 12. 2025. Yeah, he's 12. So yeah, I think we read it, and he doesn't really read picture books anymore. He reads books about coding, but he really liked the book too, and so he actually read it out loud to me, which was really cool because we haven't done that for years. We used to sit down and read books together, and he got away from it and wanted to read his own. He actually told me that. He said, I just want to read this on my own, Mom. I'm like, okay, that's fine. So Heaven is Full of Dragons is a poem of my grief and dragons written for my daughter with her own baby dragon. Yes, it was really, really good. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, I haven't really known too many people who liked children's literature. And I've known that you read children's literature for a while. Like I've been on many of your streams. And then it just dawned on me, I think last Wednesday when I was on your stream, I was like, oh, Eva writes children's books. So yes. It was really cool. Grandma Eva is the pen name. So if you want to look into it, I really like that book. So, okay, let's go ahead and get into another sprint. I'm going to go check on my kiddo, see if he's hungry. Anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. And for everyone else, another 60 minutes on the clock. 3, 2, 1, good luck. And that was time. How did you guys do? I went and fed my kiddo. He just wanted pizza. We had leftover pizza from the weekend. So he wanted that. I'm like, okay, that was easy. And then I thought, maybe I should eat something. And I'm trying not to eat too late in the day right now while I'm trying to lose a bit of weight. And we had a meal. I had pulled out the meat. And I thought, well, my husband's making dinner sometimes at night, and I'm not eating it. So it goes in the refrigerator until the next day because it's too late. By the time he gets home, I thought, well, how about if I just go ahead and make it now? And I set his aside in a bowl with the lid. And I thought, when he gets home, then he can eat it. And it's already done. And he has a, so hopefully that'll be okay. I think it'll be okay because he doesn't like cooking on Mondays at all. And so, yeah. Although today's not a bad day. He doesn't typically like cooking on Mondays because he picks up the kiddo from therapy on the way home. And for some reason, Mondays is like the worst day for traffic here. I don't know. I don't drive out there, but that's what he tells me. And so by the time he gets home, he's like, he's done. So, yeah. So I decided to make dinner and got that done. I got back with like 13 minutes. So I went back to working on my taxes. I did take some Tylenol for my headache and it is now gone. So I'm so happy for that. So maybe between eating and drinking some water and getting away from the screen helped a little bit. Probably a combination of all of those things. So, but back to working on taxes. Left off talking about Eva's book, which we loved here in this household. It's Heaven is Full of Dragons. And Grandma Eva is the pen name. Kat says, I'll have to check it out, Eva. Thanks for the rec. Yes, it was an awesome book. Hopefully you like it. I'm sure you will. And I am going to take a bit of a break. I'll catch y'all later. Awesome. That's what I did. I kind of took a break too. So hopefully you're able to, well, you got a lot of stuff done already because you sent out your newsletter and you got some writing, I think, if I remember right. So you got a lot done. Thanks for being here, Carla. Jocelyn says multitasking today. Got to step away. All right, no problem. My son's book fair is later this month. Not me already planning for more books to buy. LOL. It's too bad you can't get your book in the book fair. I know those are like extremely hard to get into. Like if it's like Scholastic or whatever, you like have to be associated with the traditional publishing house. And even then it's not guaranteed. But yeah, it's too bad. Or maybe you did and I just don't know it. Hey, JC, how's it going? Hope you had a great weekend and that your day is starting off well. Well, yeah, I mean, I can't complain. I've had worse days. It's not bad. I was getting a headache, but mostly because I'm trying to get taxes done. I've been working on taxes off and on for like 3 days in between doing some writing sprints. And I'm like done. I don't want to keep doing this, but I have to because we didn't do taxes earlier this year. I do the taxes. And I didn't do it earlier this year because I came back from vacation to my Kickstarter going, got super busy with it. And then it was right into AWC season. And there was quite a few issues behind the scenes with everything. But the conference was awesome, but there was a lot of stuff that we had a lot more to deal with this year than we did in previous years. And so I asked for an extension, which you can easily get an extension for your first one. I think you can get more, but I don't know. But I was like, I just need to get this thing done because I have 2 other deadlines to do by the 15th as well for 2 anthologies that I'm part of. And I was giving myself a headache, I think, between everything, but headache is gone. So I feel better. It will be a good week. So I hope everything is good for you as well. Are you working on anything? And hello, everyone, says JC. I got lunch, separated laundry to fold, and got the canning started. Nice. What are you canning exactly? Or you don't have to share if you don't want to, but I'm completing my book review of the picture book. Woohoo. I think we talked about this last week, or I did at least. I talked. Or like you're getting like a book review done for a previous month, trying to get caught up, and then doing current reviews, which is like a really smart 2-prong approach because that way you don't keep falling behind. It's like awesome. Scholastic has picked me up yet. Nah, LOL. I think it's Penguin House is aligned with Dolly's book thing for kids too. I don't know as much about that one. I know I only heard about the Scholastic stuff because of Jonah Penn's podcast a couple years ago. She talked about that. She had an author on who did middle grade, I think it was, and they talked about children's lit and middle grade and Scholastic book fairs and the process, how hard that's to do. Hey, JC from Eva. My son reads all levels of children's, picture books, chapter books, middle grade, 1, 2, and 3. That's how it's laid out. LOL. So he finds something to get from all the places. That's awesome. It's kind of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Nice work, Stacy. That's a productive day. Yeah. Have to remind myself. Stacy did this stuff. Ate lunch. I got lunch. Ate. Okay. Separated laundry to fold and got the candy store. I didn't do any laundry this weekend. I should have. But between taxes and my husband was gone this weekend. It was part of he had like this career like leadership course that he had to go to that is part of the state, and he applied for it and got it. But basically, they had to go to a hotel in the city that's next to us. They couldn't come home. They were put in the hotel. Their cell phones were locked away, and they were given assignments, and then they had to go through the assignments and then figure out. I didn't understand all of it, but it was almost like escape room type like thing, but working on a leadership level where everybody got a chance to show their leadership skills. And people were assigned like different roles. Like some were assigned custodian roles and some were assigned these. It reminded me of that psychological study where the students, half of them are made prisoners and the other half are made guards. And then they put them into a secluded section or secluded whatever it was and watched what happened psychologically. But in this case, they were molding the psychology of the whatever they were doing to bring out the leadership skills of everybody. And yeah, it was really interesting, he said. But anyways, he was gone this weekend. So it was me and the kiddo. And then do no laundry. Because I was working on either writing or my taxes. Where did I leave off? Just looking at the beautiful. Well, I said beautiful. That's not actually a word that's there. I added it for some reason. Just looking at the book fair stuff has him reading. The kid is such a sponge. I love that. I was so disappointed that my oldest kid didn't really like to read. I'm like, what? Like I grew up in a family that read. Like we all did. My mom read, my dad read, my brothers read. I was a reader. I think I read more than anybody. Like we had 2 sets of encyclopedias and a children's encyclopedia, and I ran through those things twice. I ran through everything in the house to the point that I was reading stuff I probably should not have been reading, but I didn't let it be known that I was because I just wanted something to read. But yeah, I was so disappointed. My oldest kid didn't really like to read. He still doesn't really like to read, but my youngest does. But my youngest likes to read nonfiction, which is really weird. So I don't. I read nonfiction now because of business stuff, well, I've always read craft books. I don't even know when I started collecting craft books, but it was years ago. But like, I don't know. He reads like everything nonfiction. They were telling us like in I think 3rd grade that they could go to the reading corner as like when they got done with their work and as a like a reward, and he'd always pick out nonfiction books. I was like, really? I just thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah. Yes, I've been very busy, says Daisy. Got lots of stuff done. Okay, let's go ahead and go into our next sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we can start the next 60-minute sprint. So this will go 12, 1, 10. I think this will be our last sprint. I typically like to go to 2, but we'll go over 2 coming back from this one. And I want to get out there and be able to spend time with my kiddo before the 5 o'clock class. So this will be the last sprint. So, okay, we get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that was time on the last sprint. How did you do? I'm making pretty good progress now that my focus is better and my headache went away. I'm really getting through logging the rest of this stuff in. At the moment, I'm just going through statements and matching up stuff and seeing if there's anything I missed. And it's moving really fast. I only have a few more to do, and then I can actually start working on the paperwork for the taxes once I have all that figured out. So, see how you guys did. And left off with Stacey saying, "Yep, I've been busy." And then JC said, "Hey, Eva." And Jody says, "Okay, gotta scoot and get ready for my physical therapy hugs. All right, I hope that goes well for you, Jody, and we'll see you this evening." And there is the YouTube link. Thank you. I think that's hers. She didn't say, did she? See you tonight. Oh, she did say after that. Okay, that is hers. I'm clicking on it, so I have it pulled up. Yep, I got it. Lost my mouse. I finished my Halloween cards. Now it is time for lunch. Thanks so much for sprinting and have a marvelous Monday, friends. Thank you so much. Hope that you have a wonderful lunch. Hi, joining for some revision. Well, welcome, and I'm sorry. I think you came right at the end. That was the last sprint. I typically do go like one more hour or two at the most on a Monday, but kiddo is home today, and we're going to watch a movie together, and I only have about 2.5 hours before then I have a class I have to go to. So depending on what movie he chooses, it could be a very long movie. So I have to get going and go see this movie that he wants to see. So yeah, going to do that. I'm sorry we got you at the end. I'll be back again tomorrow, Tuesday through Thursday this week. I will be doing the 3-hour sprints, total of 3.5 hours with 3 1-hour long sprints and 5-minute breaks. And then I'll be in Jody's sprint later tonight. And I think Morgan has been going on Monday nights as well. I don't know if it's scheduled or not. I don't know if anybody's here who knows whether or not I am saying the truth. Oh, Paula's going right now. Okay, it's not coming up on my homepage. Does not mean 10:20. I'm just looking at Becca Syme has a video scheduled for the 20th of this month, 9 a.m. What day does that fall on? That's next Monday. So next Monday at 9 a.m. my time, I'm Central. Dear writer, you still need to quit Kickstarter launch live. So I think that might be a Kickstarter for her. Or I think Dear writer, you still need to quit is the name of the podcast. And then Kickstarter launch live. I think that's her Kickstarter. I didn't know she had a Kickstarter going. Probably should have known. I've been getting emails, but I haven't been able to look at all of them. Let's see. Oh, an hour ago, Dale went live. I missed that. I don't see anything from Morgan. Let me see. Morgan doesn't have any schedule, so I don't know if she's doing it tonight. Okay. Yeah, it's not showing up anywhere for me. I was just about to type in, but if you say she doesn't have it, I don't need to type it in. What am I doing? I was going to type it in and see if I could find anything. So, okay. Well, we've got Jody, possibly Morgan, depending on how she feels and how her day's going. I know she was saying, she's wore out from the convention she went to this weekend. Oh, so maybe she might need to take some time to rest. I don't know, but I'll be on the lookout just in case. All right. Well, thank you everyone so much for coming, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye, y'all.